is that any better? But I've tried to move the move it around a bit, but yeah, but I think
All is in readiness for the toss for this final. We have our two captains, we have the two umpires, and Joe, would you like to toss?
Heads is a call.
It's a head.
It's a head. What are you going to do, Angus?
We'll have a bowl.
It's been a tough build-up to the final, plenty of games. How are the boys heading into such an important game?
I think we're feeling pretty good. We started off pretty shaky, but I think we're peaking at the right time, which is, I guess, the most important thing in these sort of tournaments. So yeah, we're feeling good.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Losing the toss, but are you disappointed with having to have a bat?
No, we were going to have a bat anyway if we won the toss, so yeah, not a bad outcome at all.
What's the key today?
I think we just need to keep backing our ability. We've been going well so far in the tournament, put under a bit of pressure yesterday, so if we just keep backing our ability and staying in the present, I think we'll do well.
Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, there it is. Queensland has won the toss and they've elected to bowl. Well, a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to Allan Border Field for the final of the National Under-17 Championships. New South Wales Metropolitan up against Queensland, the home side. Both teams undefeated heading into this final. And Queensland won the toss, elected to bowl. And the two opening batsmen for New South Wales, Sam Fanning on the right and Jack Edwards on the left. And Queensland led out by their captain, Angus Lovell, electing to bowl. And as you can see, it is a beautiful day here in Brisbane. It has been for the last few days, and the forecast for the next week is outstanding as well. So there will be no threat of any rain today. And out there for the coin toss, the wicket, which has been used the last couple of days for the Matador Cup clashes that have been played here at Allan Border Field, is in magnificent order. So the Albion Park end is where Queensland is going to start proceedings. It'll be Darcy Marsh to open the bowling. And Jack Edwards is the batsman on strike. Two slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. It's a start for Queensland. And so Darcy Marsh to get us underway. Short and not quite onto it, but intention. Nice looking cover drive, but well fielded. Left hand down, Jared Sipple keeps it to 1. So Soden moves on to 13. Edwards 4. And 1 for 18. The batsman out, Sam Fanning, caught Faber Bold Marsh. No score. First ball he faced, second ball of the match. Since then, New South Wales have looked comfortable. Thomas Soden in particular, with a 4 and a 6 in his 13. This is Jack Edwards on strike. Is the end of the over. 4 overs gone. 1 for 18. New South Wales Metro, after they were sent in to bat. Queensland winning the toss, selecting to bowl. So Jack Edwards is on 4, Thomas Soden 13. And Darcy Marsh will continue from the Albion Park end. So change to the field here. I've got a cover in as well as an extra cover, which means there's just one slip. And the extra covers come in a little bit closer. So strengthening that offside field. Needs to pitch it up though. And does. A thickish outside edge. I think the word was as soon as Soden saw the 2 short balls, 1 for 4 and 1 for 6. It's not in the best interest of Queensland to pitch short to Soden. So Angus Lover wants his mid-on to come in a bit closer. And bringing mid-wicket a little bit squarer. Edge and out. The catch taken by the captain at first slip. And the danger man, Thomas Soden, is out for 13. Caught Lovell, Bold Marsh, his second wicket. And New South Wales Metro in a little bit of trouble here. 2 for 18 in the 5th over, and it was well taken. A little bit wider at first, a little more of a second, and straight to Angus Lovell, who took the catch. And 2 down now for New South Wales Metro. And Austin Waugh is the new batsman, son of former Australian captain Stephen. And hasn't he got a job in his hands here, young Austin? Darcy Marsh with 2 wickets. Both caught behind the wicket. One by Faber, the wicket keeper. Terrific catch by Brandon Faber as well. And the other at first slip straight into the hands of Angus Lovell. And he looked dangerous, Thomas Soden, and that's what happens when you pitch it up. The length was the key there. Good line as well, but he was sweating on the short ball throughout his innings. And change of field as well, bringing a cover in. So good bit of captaincy from Angus Lovell. And back to 2 slips with the new batsman. And just steered down to the third man. And Austin Waugh is off the mark. And all of a sudden this partnership between Jack Edwards and Austin Waugh becomes critical for New South Wales Metro. Short. No real timing there, though, from Jack Edwards, and no run. So 2 for 19. Waugh is on 1. Edwards is on 4. Batsman out Fanning for a duck, and Soden for 13. Well, at the moment, the decision to win the toss and bowl has proved a good one for Queensland. 2 wickets in the first 5 overs. Good line, good length, well left. That is the end of another successful over for Darcy Marsh. And 5 overs have been bowled, and New South Wales Metro 2 for 19. Just a lovely day for cricket. It's been a lengthy tournament for these young blokes, into the back end of 2 weeks, but they're up for the final. Being played all around Brisbane and southeast environments here. Just a couple of days of rain Monday, the public holiday Monday. Some areas of Brisbane hit by a really good storm. Matthew Williams continuing. And a play and a miss from Austin Waugh. Left armers causing New South Wales Metro a little bit of grief here. That was well wide of off stump. That was a nervous, I want to feel a bat on ball shot from Austin Waugh. 2 slips waiting for another opportunity. And there's a thickish outside edge out of third man, just the one. So Waugh moves on to 2. Edwards is 4. And 2 for 20. So Jack Edwards back on strike, not out 4. Short, didn't quite get it underneath the edge. Won't reach the boundary. Marsh is down there to field, and they pick up 2. Just a fraction short, and Edwards quick to seize, but the timing wasn't there. It was an underside edge that raced away, and Darcy Marsh did well to come around from fine leg to restrict it to 2. So 2 for 22. This is the 6th over. Once again, the timing not quite there. Inside edge through mid-wicket, but enough for a single. Let's keep that scoreboard ticking over. Run rate about 4 runs and over, but it's those 2 wickets they've lost that are critical at the moment for New South Wales Metro. This partnership vitally important. That's the end of over number 6 and the third for Matthew Williams. And after 6, New South Wales Metro, who was sent in to bat, 2 for 23. And Edwards is on 7 and War is on 2. The batsman out. Fanning, no score. And Soden for 13. So Marsh to continue from the Albion Park end. Forceful shot off the back foot, but straight to extra cover. So the second slip is out into the cover region again for Edwards, who's been out there for some time. Short again and flicked off the hip from Edwards, his first boundary. And it's the length again. That's the problem there for Darcy Marsh. And 4 more to the total. And it is up to 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. Taken bad ankle height there by Brandon Faber. Just dying as it got to the keeper, but conditions look ideal to be batting. I think it was more of a case of wanting to chase a total as opposed to anything in the wicket, for the reason that Angus Lovell decided to have a bowl. Nice carry there. Shouldering arms as Jack Edwards. It's the end of the over. 7 overs have been bowled. And New South Wales Metro 2 for 27. Edwards 11. And Austin Moore not out on 2. Captain there, Angus Lovell, was having a bit of a chat with Mitchell Connolly before throwing the ball to Matthew Williams for his 4th over of this final. Marsh with both the wickets to fall so far. It's Austin Moore on strike. slipped as he turned for 2 there. Austin Moore, a wild return from Darcy Marsh, but it's still just a single. So Moore moves on to 3. Edwards 11. Just the 1 to Edwards. He's on to 12. 4 is 3. 2 for 29, the total in the 8th over. Short and wide, and he chased it. And lucky not to get an edge there, Austin Moore. And that is the end of the over. 8 gone, and 2 for 29 is the total for New South Wales Metro. So at 3.5 and over, the run rate at the moment. And Darcy Marsh is going to continue. Jack Edwards is on 12, Austin Moore 3. Batsman out. Sam Fanning caught Faber, bowled Marsh, no score. First ball duck for Sam Fanning. And Thomas Soden was caught, Lover bowled Marsh, 13. It looked like he was getting into his work really well too, Thomas Soden, but a terrific catch by Lovell. More of a second slip. He was the only slip, but more of a second slip where he is now. Short. Didn't quite get it, Edwards, but got it enough to bring up a boundary. More under it than the timing, and luckily there was no one out at deep square leg, and it goes over the rope for 4. So another short one there from Darcy Marsh, and the total moves to 33. That's well pitched up, and that's well driven as well. Back-to-back boundaries. No one's going to stop that. And so 4 more to Jack Edwards. He moves to 20. And the total to 37. It was a glorious cover drive. So ball before too short. And that one, a little bit of width as well. And pounced on it straight away. Did Edwards. That's well bowled. Nice reply. Short and well played. Found the gap. That's the third boundary of this over, and it may well be the last over for Darcy Marsh. And Jack Edwards has moved on to 24, and the total to 41. So the fifth over here for Darcy Marsh proving very expensive. Most expensive of the match so far. Oh, and a play and a miss. Not sure that it carried either. They've just bounced in front of Brandon Faber. You've got to give it to Marsh. His last two boundaries. The next ball has been a ripper. There's that inconsistency in this over. That's proved costly. Play and a miss. Didn't quite carry, I don't think, either, to the keeper. A nice end of the over. It still is an expensive one. 12 off it, and after 9 overs, 2 for 41. So it was a very good over there for New South Wales Metro. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the last we see at Darcy Marsh in this spell. You can see at the bottom right of your screen there, the Skip Angus Lovell having a bit of a chat with Mitchell Connolly, and it is going to be Matthew Williams to continue from the Crosby Road end. Yet to take a wicket, and he's bowling to Austin Waugh, who's on 3. Jack Edwards is on 24. Width and well fielded. Terrific bit of fielding again, although chance of an overthrow, but well called there by Edwards. They were onto it very quickly, Queensland, but that was outstanding fielding once again from Lachlan Prince, who's been terrific there at extra cover. A bit of width for Austin Waugh, and he pounced and didn't quite time it, but it was still well fielded. Would have had enough to reach the boundary, I think. Short, bit of width. Not sure it'll be 4. There is a man at third man who gets round to tidy up. Just a single to Waugh, who moves to 4, all through singles. And the total's 42 in the 10th over. Full, and he sort of hit all over that. It almost went past Jack Edwards there on the full. Yorked him outside off stump. Just the question asked from Brendan Faber, but not with any great fervour. I don't think Edwards was too worried at any stage, but it was almost like he hadn't picked it up. And there's a wide, second wide of the match. The total moves along to 43. End of the over, so 10 gone and 2 for 43. Here's the total for New South Wales Metro. Jack Edwards 24, Austin Warren on 4. The batsman out Sam Fanning for a duck and Thomas Soden for 13. We are going to see a change at the Albion Park end here for Queensland. So Darcy Marsh finishes his spell with 2 wickets and James Ward will come into the attack. And the third left armour. Power play. Bowling power play there. Signalled by the umpire. Waiting for the scorers to signal back. Width, and that is a terrific shot from Austin Ward, down on one knee. Welcome to the bowling crease to James Ward. What a shot from Austin Ward. The timing was superb, and I don't think anyone saw it as it went past the field. And that is a terrific shot. 2 for 47 now. And Ward moves on to 8. And again, down on one knee. This time, not as well struck. And it does go for 4. Didn't quite get it. And he's 12. And there is the 50 up for New South Wales Metro in the 11th over. 2 for 51. And James Ward, a Western Suburbs player from here in Brisbane. Back-to-back boundaries with his first 2 deliveries and a change in the field. I've got a cover on the boundary now. No slips. Angus Lovell going to a short mid-wicket, and there's a good response from Ward. Playing a miss from Austin Ward. Just angled down to third man. So Ward moves on to 13. Jack Edwards is on 24. And the total moves to 52. Once again, the timing not quite there from Edwards, but enough to get a single. And that single is there because Austin Moore's got that cover back on the boundary. So 25 now to Edwards, 13 to War, 2 for 53. So the end of the over, and we're going to change of bowling again. So 11 overs gone, 2 for 53 is the total. And a bit of spin coming on. Mitchell Connolly from the Crosby Road end. From Norths, left arm orthodox. So 4 bowlers so far, 4 left armers for Queensland. The ball round the wicket to Edwards, who's on 25. So we're going to backward point, cover on the fence, extra cover, mid on, deep mid wicket, and backward square leg. The field for the left arm orthodox. And just knocked down the ground. It's the long on, and there's a long off as well. So an easy one there to Edwards. And the total moves along to 54. That was wide, and it's been called wide, and it was that wide the keeper couldn't get to it. And for some reason, Austin Waugh is not running. I have no idea why he wouldn't run. Maybe he got in the way of the keeper, but that was quite strange. I reckon they could have easily got another 2 runs there. New South Wales Metro. Unless his bat got in the way of the keeper, I'm stunned why you'd turn those runs down. Short. Nice use of the feet to give himself some room. That's a cover. Moves on to 14 now. War. Edwards is on 26. The total for 56 in the 12th over. Short. Oh, that's an awful shot, and that's out LBW. Well, that will be the worst ball of the match to get a wicket, without a doubt. Jack Edwards, it barely bounced. It was a half tracker, and I'm sure he cannot believe that he is out. LBW to Connolly for 26, extraordinary. It was a half tracker that didn't bounce, and he tried to swat it away for a single. I think he was surprised. It looked like it got stuck in the hand of Connolly, and he knew, I think, straight away that he was right in front. And so the 3rd wicket is down for New South Wales Metro with the total on 56. Jack Edwards out for 26. The new batsman is Baxter Holt. Here's the replay. He got stuck in his hand. And that's just extraordinary. It was a half tracker. And caught, I think it caught him by surprise, Edwards. It did skid off the pitch. It will be the worst ball of the day to get a wicket, surely. So now Baxter Holt on strike. First over being bowled by Mitchell Connolly, and he picks up a wicket. Short again, and this one bounced a bit more and easily tucked around the corner to deep mid-wicket where James Ward does the fielding, and Holter's off the mark, and it's a wicket taking over for Mitchell Connolly. And New South Wales Metro 3 for 57 after 12 overs, and that was a wicket that was a gift for Queensland. It wasn't a great delivery. Jack Edwards was stunned by it, I think. So Ward continuing. Edge and out. Holter's out for one. Caught at the ankles. Terrific catch from Lovell. And they lose their fourth. New South Wales Metro in all sorts of trouble here. And 4 down with just 57 on the board. And Baxter Holt out for one. Terrific catch though by Angus Lovell. And 4 for 57. That was a good catch, and he more at a second slip too. And so the new batsman on his way in is Aidan Barriol. Just angled across that left arm, the advantage they have. Doesn't have to do much, particularly new batsman fresh to the crease, wanting to just hit the ball. And it was a nothing shot. And it was just putting the bat out there and trying to feel that ball on the bat. And got the edge. 2 catches to the Queensland skipper, Angus Lovell, and 4 for 57. How important is this partnership now? Nice and full. And let that go through. Another Manly player, Aidan Barriol. So we've seen Edwards for 26 and Holt for 1 disappear in consecutive overs when it looked like Austin Waugh and Jack Edwards were building a nice partnership and steadying the ship. There's another slip coming in now for Queensland. So 2 slips. Tickle down a fine leg. It might be 4. It's racing away, and it does go to the boundary. Valiant effort to try and stop it from Darcy Marsh, but it is a boundary, and Barriol is off the mark. He's 4. Austin Waugh is 14, and 4 for 61 in the 13th over. Much more circumspect outside that off stump. That's the end of a successful over for James Ward. And so 13 gone, just the 13 overs bowled so far, and New South Wales Metro have lost 4 wickets. So 4 for 61 after 13. 2 wickets to Marsh, a wicket each to Connolly and Ward for Queensland. War is not out 14 and Barrel is not out 4. Full toss and it's driven back to the bowler. Nice looking shot for a single from Austin Moore. There's a man on that cover boundary. He moves on to 15. Barrel is 4. And it's 4 for 62 in the 14th over. Skidded on as well. And late playing the shot. Pretty close to that off stump and also pretty close to an edge. Not a huge amount of turn. Just getting a little bit of zip off the pitch. The lefty Connolly. Full toss, flicked off the toes. It should race away for 4. Marsh is chasing it quickly. Will he get it? No, he just misses again and head first into the fence as he dived for that ball. And so a boundary there to Barriol. His second boundary. He moves on to 8. And the total climbs to 66. I'm sure he went crashing headfirst into the boundaries. He chased that too. Did Darcy Marsh. Short, wide, just the one. He'll be disappointed, Barriel, not to have made more of that. At the end of the over, 14 gone, 4 for 67. Adrian Barriel is on 9 and Austin Moore 15. Batsman out, Fanning for a duck. Soden for 13, Edwards for 26 and Holt for 1. Well fielded. All backed up. Nicely turned around. I think about 2, but they won't get it. Nice bit of fielding from Bryn Llewellyn. Keeps it to just the 1. Holt moves on to 10. Well pitched up, but even better driven from Austin Moore. There's a man on the cover boundary who had no chance of getting near that. That was a glorious shot from Moore, and he moves on to 19. Barry Ellis 10, and 4 for 72 in the 15th over. That was a terrific cricket shot. Just steered down to third man. Moves into the 20s. End of the over. So 15 gone. And New South Wales Metro 4 for 73. Austin Moore is on 20. And Aidan Barrell is on 10. Very important partnership here for New South Wales Metro. And Mitchell Connolly will resume. Bowling from the Crosby Road end and the northern end of Allan Border Field. A wild slash outside off stump there from Moore. Tossed up a bit more on that occasion from Connolly. Bit of flight and well driven down the ground. Oh, he couldn't field. 21 for War, 10 for Barriol, and 4 for 74 in the 16th over. Easy single. We can just milk a few of these and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Oh, that kept low, didn't it? He did well to keep that out, Austin Moore. They can't afford to lose another wicket before drinks, which won't be far away. That's well flighted and put him on the full, but didn't quite time it. It really dropped at the last minute. And that's the end of the over. War moves to 22. Barriel is 11. And the total is 4 for 76 after 16 overs. So Austin Moore's on strike. James Ward is the bowler. And there's another slashing cover drive. The misfield means they get one, but that was beautifully timed from War. That elegant right knee on the ground and the lovely follow through. Nicely tucked away for a single. Moves on to 12. Burial. War is 23. 78 the total. Played at that and tried to steer it. Lucky not to get an edge. That is the end of the over. 17 bowled, 4 for 78, New South Wales Metro. Burial is on 12. And Austin Moore, very impressive, 23. Mitchell Connolly will continue. Played off the back foot for a single for Burial. Well fielded again, Lachlan Prince. He's been good in that extra cover region. And a wide call. Fourth wide of the innings, the total to 81. Short. Looked to punch it away. And luckily didn't make contact. A little bit more bounce on that occasion. Nicely turned. Might be 4. I'll get at least 2. And Marsh does the fielding. And it is 2 runs. It's a Burial who moves on to 15. Austin Moore is on 24. And the total is 83. Threw that up, tempting. The temptation was declined, and that is the end of the over. 18 overs bowled, and 4 for 83 the total as drinks come onto the ground. Austin Moore is not out on 24. Aidan Burial is on 15. The batsman out, Sam Fanning, second ball of the match. Caught favour, bowled Marsh for no score. Thomas Soden caught Lovell, bowled Marsh 13. Jack Edwards, LBW Connolly for 26. And Baxter Holt caught Lovell, bowled Ward 1. So after winning the toss and electing to bowl, Queensland will be very happy with their first session to have New South Wales Metro 4 for 83 off 18 overs. So the drinks break over. And 83 the total. A loss of 4 wickets. And a change at the Albion Park end. Dean Elliott coming on for Queensland. And the first right-handed bowler they've had is a leggy. Austin Moore with a single. Total to 84. Well fielded off his own bowling there by Elliott. May have hurt himself though in doing that. I think he may have landed awkwardly. Bit of air on that occasion, and the full toss just patted down to the long off. Easy single. Barriol, who moves on to 16. War is 25. And it's Austin Moore on strike. Short. And not much room there with 2 men behind, square for that late cut. More bowls. The sweep shot, I think it might have pitched outside leg stump. An appeal from a number of players around the bat. The umpire says no. And so Austin Moore survives. It's the end of the over. 4 for 85 is the total, 19 gone. Barriel is on 16 and War is on 25. May have hit him in a rather unfortunate area there. Maybe not on the pad. So Mitchell Connolly continuing from the Crosby Road end. 20th over of the innings. And got a bit fortunate there. Did Barriol, the boundary wasn't the shot to play. I think the ball was a bit fuller than he thought. Went the cut and sort of an underside-ish edge. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. 4 runs, much needed 4 runs for New South Wales Metro. They moved to 89, but not out of the middle of the bat. I think that was a win in some respects to the bowler. No third man here. Well flighted. And an easy single. So Barriel's 21. Austin Moore on 25. And 90 is the total for New South Wales Metro. Interesting looking shot. And they take a cheeky single. Would have been a suicide run there. There was never a run in that. There wasn't even half a run. And luckily, the call from Austin Moore was to the point. And that is the end of the over. 20 overs gone. 4 for 91. And very much a rebuilding partnership here. Get the feeling he wants to have a crack here at the leggy, does Austin Moore. Short, and he went for the glide. Well kept. There's not a huge amount of room there. As I mentioned, there's a couple of men behind square for that shot from War. That was up-ish between bowler and extra cover. This has been very impressive bowling from Dean Elliott so far. Just his second over. That's a nice shot. Just a fraction short. And they pick up 2, well fielded on the boundary. Terrific bit of fielding from James Ward. Can't stop the 2 runs. Aidan Barriol is 23. Austin Moore is 27. The total is 94. And a wide call there by the umpire. So 95 the total moves to. Short. Just the one. Looking for 2 here. Moore. He'll come back for the second and get it comfortably too. Well fielded, but not before Austin Moore was able to pick up 2. He moves to 29. And after 21 overs, the total is 4 for 98. War is 29. Barriol is on 24. Mitchell Connolly continues, and there's a lovely punch through mid-wicket. And that's a boundary. Terrific shot from Barriol, who goes to 28. And the 100 comes up for New South Wales Metro. 4 for 102 in the 22nd over. Short. Doesn't take long to get out to that square boundary. And both batsmen now are on 29. Full toss. And some work out on the cover boundary again, and well fielded. Terrific bit of fielding. To Austin Moore, who moves to 31. And the total, 105. So good passage of play here for New South Wales Metro. Starting to increase the tempo a bit and look more confident. End of the over. So 22 gone and 4 for 105. So a few people in at Allan Border Field today on a beautiful day for cricket. A lot of parents around watching their sons. I'm sure grandparents here as well. I know Stephen Waugh is here. I saw him earlier today. I wonder what his nerves are like watching his young bloke Austin at the crease, who's on 31. Aidan Barriel, who's on strike, is on 29. Leggy continues. Short, a bit of width, and just a single. The sweep up-ish, 2 bounces, and through the hands. That's Bryn Llewellyn out there. It went there that quickly. I think just the single for Waugh. It was an up-ish shot. 107 the total. That'll be 4. I don't think Llewellyn's going to get there. Oh, he does. Terrific bit of fielding. He lost the handle on it, but that was 4 off the bat. That was a beautiful shot, but geez, had some pace to get around there. Llewellyn to do the fielding on the boundary. Both batsmen at the moment on 32. Sweep again. This is finer. This should race away for 4. And it does, off the bottom edge and picking up speed, the bit of top spin. And Barriel moves along to 36. Austin Waugh is on 32. And the total is 113 at the end of the over number 23. And this is a crunch moment for Queensland. This partnership is now increasing steadily. Both batsmen are set. Perfect conditions for batting. Queensland, after those 4 early wickets, now find themselves under the pump a little bit through this partnership. It's up-ish and just short of the man. That extra cover. Austin Waugh just didn't get to it, and it landed just a metre or so in front of Lachlan Prince. Full toss. Just the one. Austin Waugh moves to 33. Played down the ground. An easy single. An impressive innings from both players, really, Barriel and Waugh. And 115 is the total. So getting themselves out of a bit of a hole. Still, Queensland would be on top. They need to break through that. Nicely punched off the back foot by Waugh. He'll look for 2, but won't get it once again. Good fielding out on the boundary from Bryn Llewellyn. Restricts Austin Waugh just to the single Aidan Barriel is on 37, Austin Moore 34. And that is the end of the over. 24 gone, 4 for 116 the total. So 4 for 116. And looks like we get another change of bowler here. Nathan Carroll is going to come on from the Albion Park end. So the leggy was bowling well, except the last over just lost a little bit, but Dean Elliott replaced by Nathan Carroll. Yeah, well played from Moore. Bounces away. They'll pick up an extra 2. Lost his feet there, Jared Sipple. And Wall was quick to pounce. Goes to 36. Total 118. That was a bit quicker, a little bit more effort into that one from Nathan Carroll. Keeper Brandon Faber up to the stumps. 119 the total for the loss of 4. War 37, Barrel also 37. End of the over. So good partnership building here for these two. 4 for 119. Barrel 37 and Austin Moore also 37. The batsman out, Fanning for a duck. Soden for 13. Edwards for 26 and Holt for 1. 2 wickets to Marsh and a wicket each to Connolly and Ward. And it will be Connolly who continues. Mitchell Connolly from the Crosby Road end of Allan Border Field. Well flighted, just reaching for that one War. Hands in the air from a couple of the Queensland fielders, including the bowler. It was nicely directed out of the cover boundary. Another boundary for Barrioli. He moves into the 40s. And this is a very important innings. 124 the total now. These runs are coming a little bit too easily for New South Wales Metro, for Queensland's liking at the moment. Another comfortable single to War at the end of the over. We've had 26, it's 4 for 1, 2, 6. And Austin War is on 39. Aidan Barriol is on 42. One of those classic cover drives, but straight to Lachlan Prince. Yeah, nice placement and well run. As well as Prince has fielded today. He wasn't going to stop that single as War moves to 40. Barriol is 42. 4 for 1, 2, 7 in the 27th over. Short, and that is pulled away. An easy boundary there for Barriol, who moves to 46 within sight of his half century, and that was just way too short. A couple of bounces and crashing into the fence here at Allan Border Field. End of the over. So 27 gone. Terrific partnership here between Barriol and Moore. 4 for 131. And what can Queensland do to prize a wicket here? They were all on top when they lost Jack Edwards and Baxter Holt in consecutive overs, New South Wales. But since then, this partnership has just righted the ship. And the chance to push on here for New South Wales Metro. Another run to War. He's 41. Aidan Barriol is on 46. A boundary away from a half century. Just milking the runs at the moment, New South Wales Metro. Short. Didn't really bounce, and timing not quite there from Barrel, but he got enough on it and placed it well enough to get a single. He's 48, War is 42, 135 the total. That's short again, but just the one. Well flighted and just knocked down the ground again for another single, and he moves to 49. Mariel, and that will be the end of the over, so he'll be on strike, right away from a half century. And the total, 4 for 137, and 28 overs have been bowled. It's going to be Nathan Carroll to continue from the Albion Park end, bowling to Aidan Barriel, who is not out on 49. And there is the 50. All batted from Aidan Barriel. Terrific innings, coming in under pressure. Two batsmen meet, and it won't be long before Austin War, you would think, reaches that milestone as well. Seem to be losing their way a bit here, Queensland. Early in the match when they were picking up those wickets, it was some terrific captaincy from Angus Lovell, moving the field, changing the field a bit, putting pressure on the batsman. It just seemed to be going through that middle innings lull at the moment, bowling-wise. That was well bowled. That's up in the air, but it's safe. Mid-off is up, and 2 bounces and stops. Just the 2, though, for Austin War, who moves on to 45. And the total to 140. As we approach the end of the 29th over. Short, and just a little bit quicker than the last one that he lifted over the top of mid-off. And so the end of the over, and 29 overs gone, 4 for 140. Austin War is on 45, and Aidan Barriel is on 50. It's been a terrific partnership. And when he first came to the crease, Austin Waugh, he was quite explosive. But since Barriel has come out, he is the man that has dominated this partnership. And at the moment, Queensland are looking for the New South Wales batsmen to make a mistake because their bowlers are struggling. There's one that just held up in the pitch a little bit. Almost Barriel giving a catch. It's a nice shot. Finds some space. Will it get to the boundary? It does. Very quick outfield. And Barriel moves to 54. And that is the end of the over. And they're going along nicely. New South Wales Metro, 4 for 144 after 30 overs. Barriel is on 54 and Austin Waugh is on 45. As a change of gloves is required for Barriel. It's a warmish sort of a day. A beautiful day for cricket. Joined by Adam McDonald from Queensland Cricket, match operations, and can't get much better for cricket conditions.
Thanks, Mark. No, not at all. It's a perfect day here at AB Field, and we've actually been pretty lucky throughout the whole championships. The weather's been pretty good to us. It's only the one day that's been affected so far. So the weather in Queensland's been very good to us.
And it was that Monday, the public holiday Monday. Was it the day you're talking about the storm that hit parts of Brisbane on Monday afternoon?
Yeah, that was it. So we still got most results from each of the games. There was only one out at Wynnum, which we didn't actually get a result from. But yeah, all were affected. But other than that, we've had clear skies, which has been great.
Emphasis on the clear. There is not a cloud in the sky. It hasn't been for days, and the forecast is for no clouds for days to come as well. But this is the last day of the championship, and we've got two young New South Wales Metro batsmen who are set and in control and getting ready to take their team home. When it looked as though at one stage we could have had a very small total for Queensland to chase, but that is not going to be the case now unless something drastic happens here.
Yeah, looking forward to it. The New South Wales team bat deep as well, so expect big things to come. It'd be interesting to see how the boys go in this partnership. If they can really dig deep, they could be in for a fair-sized total.
Just the one. So 55 now for Aidan Barriel. And Austin Waugh, 46. He's one hit away. I don't know whether I should tell the story of young Austin. I've never actually met him. I know of him, obviously, being the son of Stephen, who I know quite well. And one day, Stephen has a house near where my sister-in-law lives on the central coast of New South Wales, across the road from each other, in fact. As the bowling continues. And they get a sneaky single here. Chance of a run-out, but he's safe. Barriel to the danger end is safe. Waugh goes on to 47 at the end of the over. It was a pretty comfortable single in the end. Well, there's a change of gloves here. I suppose I can tell the story because when he was a younger man than he is now, what is he, 17? Austin, he would have been 7 or 8. maybe 8 years of age, 9 years of age, possibly, playing cricket out the front of the house with his father, with a bag full of cricket balls, like golf pro would go out and hit golf balls. Well, Austin's out there, Steve's bowling to him with a bag full of balls, so Steve doesn't have to chase them. And he was smashing them everywhere and keeping score, depending on how far he hit the ball. Well, I was just sitting there having a coffee on the balcony watching them do this in this little seaside village of the central coast of New South Wales. And Austin got to 200, and I'm still having my coffee and reading the papers and whatever, and he finally got out. And I wasn't paying a huge amount of attention until I heard this big argument between Father Steve and youngster Austin. And after Austin's 200, I sort of put the head up because Steve had the bat in his hand and said, "No, mate, you can't be out first ball." So Austin had just scored a double century and got his father out first ball and wanted the bat straight back. And Steve's arguing with him, saying, no, we play that you can't be out first ball. So even as an 8-year-old or 9-year-old, he was smacking his father all around the town and scored a double 100, keeping score himself, and then got his dad out first ball as he picks up another single and edges towards 48. And he must have had 20 or 30 balls in that bag, Stephen, and waited till they were all disappeared before he went and picked them up. And we're talking not tennis balls, cricket balls. He was hitting cricket balls.
Well, it must have worked for him because he's playing some very good cricket, and it'd be interesting to follow his progress over the next couple of years because he is very good to watch.
Leg by there.
You might also be able to confirm, Mark. I've heard whispers that not only is Dad Steve in the house, but I've heard whispers that Uncle Mark might be in the house as well today.
I haven't seen Junior. What today is it? Today's Thursday, so the chances he would be, although there'd be races on somewhere, as another single here for Austin. The irony here is Austin wearing number 4 for New South Wales Metro. Aidan Barrier wearing 6, which his Uncle Mark used to wear when playing one-day internationals and one-day cricket. And Stephen didn't wear 4. I think Paul Rifle wore 4 in that era. But his number 6 down the other end was always Mark Waugh. Big Terry Lamb fan from the Bulldogs. Short, no run. I haven't seen Junior. Spring Racing Carnival, for him to come north instead of south, shows you how, if that's the case, how important today is. Although we are across the road from Albion Park.
I know he was up in Townsville for the A Series recently up there, so I'm not sure if there was much happening at Cluden Racecourse when he was up there. But maybe he made a couple of visits in there as well, Mark. Who knows?
Yeah. I always used to say with Mark Waugh that he is one cricketer that and luckily in my job I haven't had pay to go to the cricket too much, I would pay to go and watch play Mark Waugh. Such an elegant batsman and one of the most elegant batsmen and ever likely to see. There's a nice shot. A quick single. He was a bit slow to go there, was Austin Waugh, but the one, he's stuck on 49. He'll be at the non-striker's end. And that over, returning to the attack, was Matthew Williams. So what have we got here? 151, the 150 up, 32 overs gone. So a drinks break will be coming shortly. But he just has a style about him too, Austin. You're loath to compare players, but he is the son of Stephen. But he just has that walk about him as well. There's Stephen, the back of the shirt out, which Stephen often used to have as well. It's funny how those sorts of characteristics, those sorts of traits also seem to be handed down. And there's another single. I don't think his father would mind me saying either that he's got a little bit more style about him as a batsman than Stephen did. Stephen was a fighter. Austin, to me, some of these cover drives he's played today have been outstanding.
Yeah, very flashy player. If you haven't seen his highlights, nationalchamps.com.au is the place to go. And I definitely recommend it. There's some great shots from young Austin.
Up in the air and it just wide. of the fielder, Angus Lovell, and that will be 50 for Austin Waugh. Not out of the middle, but he'll take it. I think that'll maybe settle the nerves a bit. He's been slower than his partner recently, but that could easily have gone to the fielder there at short mid-on. Wide is short mid-on, just in line with the stumps, really, Angus Lovell. But 50, both batsmen half centuries, and they've still got work to do, though.
Yeah, they certainly do, Mark. Interesting to note, Matador Cup's been on here the last couple of days. Just yesterday, the Cricket Australia 11 made 236, and that was easily chased down by Tasmania. They got there with just 2 wickets down, thanks to a massive 100 from Tim Payne. So 236 was chased down, and then on the first, 274 was chased down. Queensland Bulls chased that down, 7 down. So it's obviously a very good wicket, and it'll be interesting to see what New South Wales can come up with.
And the smaller boundaries, particularly square, I mean that, you know, any total here is chaseable. You should never feel comfortable defending any total. And there's a nice shot from Austin again. But, you know, Queensland will be a little bit frustrated, the fact that they picked up those 4 quick wickets. And when Baxter Holt was out for 1 in the over straight after the dismissal of Jack Edwards, this partnership was so critical, and they'd done magnificently well, Aidan Barriel and Austin Waugh, to not only steady the ship, but set it on path to maybe, as he goes to 62, maybe a target of around, 159 at the moment with 17 overs remaining. They'd be hoping for at least another 100 from here, minimum, I would have thought.
Absolutely. Yeah, another 100 I think would set them, would set Queensland a very, very defendable total.
Always believe too that any target, add at least another 20 runs to that because of the pressure of chasing. I just think chasing is so much harder than setting that total. Because as we see now, these two batsmen have come in. They haven't had that scoreboard pressure to maintain a run rate to build this innings. They've just played normal cricket, and now they start thinking about the total, whereas there's a big shot from Austin Waugh, front foot down the track, and it goes all the way for 6. Now that he's reached the 50, maybe he's going to open the shoulders a bit. But that point whereby, you know, they're not thinking, oh, we're going to get to 280 and we're 4 for 50. 4 for 50, and let's try and get to 100. You know, let's try and get the drinks, and then we'll see where we are. I always think the chasing's a bit harder.
The other thing to take on board, I guess, Mark, is it's a long tournament for these boys. It's been a big 2 weeks, so you'd have to think that mental and physical fatigue would have to come into play. So to get a total above 250 is more than defendable.
Particularly for the bowlers too. You know, put the body through. I know they're only young blokes, but they've never played this much cricket back-to-back at this level before. You know, particularly on, you know, it's rock hard out there in Allan Border Field. I'm sure the grounds they've played at around southeast Queensland have also been quite firm. And just those little niggles, you know, a few blisters on the feet here and there, and short and turned around by Barriel. Just the one. It all adds up. That and the fact that you're in a final and the prize is a bit greater. It's wide. Is it called a wide? No. I think he thought about it, the umpire. Just a terrific day in Brisbane. There is not a cloud in the sky. There's barely anything in the sky. Just the breeze starting to pick up. It is a bit stronger than it was earlier. keeping conditions quite pleasant, really. Short, and he missed it. It was a bit slower. I think that caught Austin Moore by surprise at the end of the over. For 167, and we've had 34 overs. Austin Moore is on 58, and Aidan Barrill is on 63. So there's going to be a change of bowling. I know he's going to continue. Nathan Carroll. Thought we were going to see James Ward come back into the attack, but maybe we are. Yes, the ball has been taken away from Carroll, and there is going to be a change of bowling here, and it's going to be Dean Elliott. The leggie's going to come back on. Well, this is interesting. I thought he bowled all right to start his spell, Elliott, but now he's going to be bowling to two batsmen who are set, and the shorter boundaries here means that even if you don't quite get it, there's still a chance of going for 6. So it means the margin for error for these spinners, particularly a leggy, is a lot less.
Yeah, and these two in particular are very good at taking advantage of that short square boundary, as we've already seen throughout the championship. These boys are very good at the slog sweep and the sweep in particular, so it'll be very interesting battle.
Well, that held up, and maybe, just maybe, Nathan Carroll was on the back foot. I don't think he could have got there, but nervous time there for Aidan Barrill. Just a couple of balls from the spinners have held up a little bit. As we mentioned before, and you mentioned the Matador Cup matches played here, so these pitches have been used. Nice use of the feet there. I'll think about 2, but just the comfortable one. Well fielded. Terrific bit of fielding from Jared Sipple. Always tough behind square. The ball spinning to get that judgment right. Is it going to spin even more on the second bounce? But he got to it before that second. It's been a consistent field placing those 2 players behind square for the spin bowlers. Ben Maynard does the fielding on that occasion. End of the over. Good over 2. 35 gone now. 4 for 168. Austin Moore 58. Aidan Barrill is on 64. Batsman out, Sam Fanning, first ball. Second ball of the match for naught. Thomas Sowden for 13. Jack Edwards 26 and Baxter Holt for 1. And when those 2 wickets fell, Queensland completely in control. But then Barrill strode to the crease, and this partnership between he and Austin Moore, if New South Wales Metro go on to win this match, this is the partnership that will do it for them. Whatever comes after this, if someone comes in and hits a quick 550 or 60, it's not as important unless these two have put this partnership together.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I think the key for Queensland now is just to build some pressure, just like that last over from Dean Elliott was very, very good. To build that pressure, not give away too many runs is the key.
So Jared Sipple from the Crosby Road end. Just the one. So we're into the 36th over. It's not time yet to launch. One of these two, though, has to be there at the end of 50, or would like to be there at the end of 50. And this is where it gets interesting too. They're 17 years of age, 16 years of age. That's a nice shot for a ball that was darted in, and that will be 4. That was a quicker delivery, and Barriol, the timing was superb.
Yeah, he's very comfortable with that sweep shot, and he plays it very well. So expect to see a lot more of it if he does go through to the 50 overs.
The point I was about to make is the fact that they're only young men. They haven't played a huge amount of cricket. They haven't played a huge amount of 50-over cricket, and that experience of building momentum or deciding when to go, who to go. There's a sweep shot out to mid-wicket, in between mid-wicket and backward square, and they'll pick up 2. Well fielded on the boundary, then an awkward bounce in the footholes. He's into the 70s now. We're watching 16 and 17-year-olds play. We're not watching seasoned first-class cricketers, so it makes this partnership even more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And a good example, I think, is I was at a ground yesterday at Sandgate, the Cricket Australia 11, who you've got to remember, they're only 14 and 15-year-olds, so they're younger again. And they obviously taken a bit of time, and yesterday they were fantastic in being able to build an innings. Struggled early on in the tournament, but are learning already, and they were fantastic yesterday. Didn't quite get across the line, but they were great.
Just watching Austin Waugh walk back down the other end of the pitch there with that shirt hanging out and that stride of that Waugh stride. Geez, it takes you back.
I wonder if he has his little red rag in his pocket for good luck, Mark.
That's a top-ish edge off the sweep, but it falls safely and goes to the boundary. Sort of sums up this turn in the game. It wasn't really close to a fielder, but that could have gone anywhere. A little bit of extra bounce from the leggy. And 4 more, and 181 now the total. Nice shot, just the one. Because one of the great sledges of all time, too, was directed at Austin's uncle, Mark, in a first-class match on an Ashes tour. They were giving a little bit of a mouthful to it might have been in South Africa, to one of the players in the opposition side, whose comeback was to Mark Waugh, well, at least I'm the best batsman in my family, which just broke everyone up, which I think is a great. And so if Mark's behind Stephen, from what I've seen here from Austin, he might, in about 15 years' time, be even further down the pecking order. And I'll tell him that too. Oh, that was a wild swipe.
Inside edge.
Got to get lucky there.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to lose concentration after something like that, Mark, that's for sure.
And as you mentioned, the long time of playing in the tournament, and for the New South Wales Metro guys in particular, being away from home. I know, a lot of the Queensland boys would be away as well, but at least it's not hard for their family to be around, and if they have some time off, they can get home for a day or whatever it may be. Not the case for the interstate travellers. And they're still kids.
Yeah, absolutely. This competition started last Monday now, so and you've got to remember there's some teams that even play practice games before that to get used to the conditions.
Last Monday week.
Last Monday week. Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
11 days or something.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So you're getting upwards around 2 weeks by the time they arrive.
There's a big hit, head in the air. Didn't quite get onto it, but luckily enough for Waugh, It meant that it didn't go to a fielder. He gets 2 to go to 62. But you just get the feeling now, and maybe he's getting a bit tired, or he said, I'll be the one to go, and you stay there, Aiden, and I'll just have a crack. That held up a little bit. There's that sweep again. They come back for 2. No, they don't. Well fielded again from Darcy Marsh. Interesting that he hasn't bowled since taking those first 2 wickets. Thought that he may have... Oh, there's a mix-up here. There was yes, no. Luckily, there was no sorry. Don't know whether there was a run there. Would have been tight. I think they're waiting for drinks. Oh, that was the signal from Aidan Barrell. That was a quicker one. Darted in there. That is the end of the over. So 4 for 187. We've had 38, so 12 to go. This is a terrific partnership and a terrific comeback by New South Wales Metro. But yeah, I thought we might have seen the lefty Darcy Marsh, who took 2 wickets early. He's bowled 5 overs. Thought he might have come back to just try and, maybe bowl an over or 2. Because it was all left armers to start for Queensland, and that's where the trouble seemed to come for New South Wales, that angle of that left arm over the wicket.
He's not an overly big boy, he's Darcy Marsh. There's not a lot of him, but he hits the deck hard, and he does get that bit of swing back into the right-handers. So he's been very impressive throughout the championship, and it'd be interesting to see when he comes back into bowl.
Well, if he's going to bowl his 10, he'll have to come on either the next over at the other end. I want to say this end again. So over number, what's that, 41. Oh, there's a bit of bounce. Well bowled. So either over number 41 or 42, so he can't be too far away. This is over 39. And you want to bowl from the Albion Park end, I would have thought. I've also been impressed with this leggy Dean Elliott. He's bowled well as well. For a young boy to control his leg spin, as I say, there's a full toss, but it wasn't an overly full toss. Down the toe of the bat for War. He's done all right.
Yeah, he gets through his overs very quickly. Builds the pressure on the batsman. Doesn't give him a lot of time. And yeah, I've been very impressed also.
From the Sunshine Coast.
Oh,
that's up in the air. And it's going to land safely in between 2 fielders. And I think Queensland will be feeling at the moment that that's how the game has turned. So 2 more to Barriol. He's into the 80s now. 81. And that is the end of the over. So 39 gone. And 4 for 191. So 11 overs remaining. What would they be looking at? 7 and over, you'd think. Say 80, maybe hoping. So we're looking at 270 plus, 270 minimum, I would have thought. And from where they were, that's a good score. It's a very good score. They've still got some work to do, though.
Yeah, absolutely. As Austin runs that one down to mid-off for a single. Bo Casson, who's the coach of New South Wales, I'm sure he would have been very happy if you had told him they were looking at around 270 for a first innings total.
That was well bowled. A little bit more air, took the pace off it. There's a big hit, but there's a fielder out there. Lands just in front of James Ward. Just the one. Risky shot for a single. And this time Austin Waugh goes down the ground, and it is over the fence. He did not move after he hit that one, Austin Waugh, and 6 more runs to the total. And 199. The 200 beckons. He wants to change the gloves here. I think they might have lost the ball. That's the only reason, surely, someone can come out now. He's calling. No, the umpire's telling him that he can't change, that he has to stay there. So the ball has gone onto Crosby Park, the home of Brothers Rugby Club here in Brisbane. Landed in the field and then bounced over the fence, I think. There we come back. Have they got it? Oh, they want another ball. Yep, the ball's back. $199 the total. That one darted in by Jared Sipple, and that is the end of the over. And so Austin Moore's 71, Aidan Barrell is 82, and it's 4 for 199. 40 overs have been bowled, so this will be interesting. Who will come into the attack? Will it be Darcy Marsh to come back? He's taken 2 wickets. You've got to bring your strike bowler back. Mate, here he comes off the boundary. Wants him to bowl out, start and finish. Thought he might have come back earlier just to try and break this partnership. And the power play's been called. So it will be Darcy Marsh to bowl from the Albion Park end. Critical moment. Taking 2 wickets. I think for Queensland to restrict the total under 250, they've got to get a wicket in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Both batsmen have looked very comfortable against the spinners, so I think it's a good move by Queensland to bring their strike bowler back on. Having said that, these two have looked pretty comfortable against all bowlers today, Mark.
They have. It's hard, though, for Marsh to come back with 2 blokes set to try and, be told, righto, we need you to break through. Well, maybe if I bowled 20 overs ago or 15 overs ago, just an over or 2. As I was saying at the start of the match, his captaincy was superb, Lovely. Field placements were great. I mean, the 2 catches he took in slips, he was the only slip fielder there, and he was more of a second slip and it went straight to him. Moved the man to cover, created the wicket. It's down leg side. Was it off the pad? No wide. There was an appeal. Then they just sort of went through that lull, that middle innings lull, where they didn't try to force anything. They just, the spinners were on and tried to slow things down a bit.
Yeah, everything Angus Lovell's done throughout this whole championship seems to have worked, especially his batting. He's been in some absolutely fantastic form.
There's a nice shot from Barriel. Won't be 4. They will get 2, though. And he moves to 84 and 202 the total. The 200 came up. I don't think it was a wide. I think the scorers told the scoreboard here that they'd missed a run. I didn't see a wide signal for that one down leg side.
Yeah, expect Norm to be better than that. He's a experienced campaigner out there on the scoreboard, so I'll have to let him know a bit later on.
lovely shot. That was almost like he changed his mind mid-shot from an on-drive to one through mid-wicket and timed it beautifully. And is now 85, Barriel, and Austin Moore 71. Now, can both of these batsmen in the last 10 overs get their centuries? If they can, it'll be a very healthy total, and you'd be crazy to back against them the way they're batting. There's that angle, was in an edge. I think it might have been. He flicked at it, did war. It was wide of the keeper. And that angle again. That is off the bat. And he moves on to 73. You can't have a first slip in at this time of the game. But he created an opportunity there, did Darcy Marsh. Bit of bounce. It's been a terrific partnership. They're in all sorts. New South Wales losing those 2 quick wickets.
I think that's the strength to this team, Mark. It seems that whenever they have been in trouble early, their middle and lower order have been able to get them out of trouble and make a really good defendable total.
Nicely turned down to fine leg, just the one. Well, they're building a defendable total, but they're not there yet. That's the key here for Queensland as drinks are taken. And so at drinks, 41 overs have been bowled, and New South Wales 4 for 206. Austin Moore is on 74. Aidan Barriel is on 85. The batsmen out. Fanning for a duck. Soden for 13. Edwards 26. And Baxter Holt for 1. Drinks are over, and it is going to be James Ward to continue from the Crosby Road end. Four for 205. New South Wales Metro, 9 overs remaining. Slowy short ball. It didn't get above shoulder height, but so I'm thinking now 300. They'd be disappointed, New South Wales. Now sitting at 4 for 205 with 2 batsmen set with 9 overs remaining. If the target wasn't closer to 300 than 275. So it is Austin Waugh on strike. Here's a chance. Oh, that was well run by Barriel. Angus Lovell didn't have too far to go. He was very quick between the wickets, considering he's not out 85. There's the wicket they're after. A big swing and a miss from Aidan Barriel. And the wicket, James Ward, gets the reward. And that's the breakthrough that Queensland were after. But what a terrific innings from this young man. He came in when his side was in trouble. And he walks off with 85 next to his name. 5 for 206. Joel Foster, the new batsman. So he's got to continue. We'll change the way I think Austin Waugh plays as well. This is the captain. Plenty of time setting the field here, Angus Lovell. Doesn't take him long to get off the mark. Well, that was very much the wicket that Queensland were after to possibly, keep this total under 250, I would have thought.
Absolutely, Mark. It's been a good start by the New South Welshmen. They've fought back really well, I think.
We were talking before about how impressive Austin Waugh has been, but I think it's fair to say that Aidan Barriel's innings was even better, as well as Austin has batted at times. To come in at 4 down for not many and to score 85 in these conditions in a final after 2 solid weeks pretty much of cricket, and to do it so with such presence about him was very impressive.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Aidan bat. I mean, he scored those 85 in good time, roughly a run a ball. He's been quite consistent over the last 2 weeks as well, so it's good to see the game well and truly alive here in the final.
This young man's been good with the ball. Darcy Marsh picked up the first 2 wickets, and then hurries War up.
He's quite sharp for someone of a shorter stature. He hits the deck nice and hard, and he's certainly going to be one to watch moving forward.
He is completely the opposite of what, the selectors or what cricketers developed the bowlers are tall and thin and, quite muscular at times. Well, Darcy's very, very much the opposite. I'm not saying he's very short, but he is not a very tall, lanky left-arm Bruce Reid type or even James Pattinson type or Patrick Cummins type.
Young Matty Willens from Queensland is just 15. I think we mentioned that earlier. He stands at 198, so right up the other end of the spectrum. He's been certainly one to watch as well, looking for him to come back into the attack shortly and bowl these death overs.
Boundary there. Frost and Moore, misfield, not helping, but at this stage of the innings, those sorts of errors are a lift for the batting team, and just a little bit of a head drop there for Queensland, although they've just taken the wicket. They need another one. Foster's on 1, Austin Moore's into the 80s. 212 the total, over number 43. Well, here's a quick run. They've gone the wrong end. I think that Foster was going to be safe anyway. I'm not sure that Jared Sipple went the right end there. War wanting to keep the strike. As we come towards the end of this over, moves to 81. But half a chance. I think Foster would have been safe. Would have been close.
So. It's good to put the fielders under pressure in the late stages of the innings, and I think the New South Welshman there certainly did that, and Sipple just missed, or probably just went to the wrong end on that occasion. But look for a bit more of that as we move towards the 50th over.
Just a tap and run there. An easy single. 2 balls left in the over.
So how have you found the match so far, Mark? You've enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, it's been the thing I like about it. You've got to remember that these, they're young men, but they're still boys. They're 16, 17 years of age, and the skills are excellent. But it's also the fact that the way they're playing the game, the knowledge of what to do, losing 4 quick wickets and building a partnership, and that's short and that's gone. That is up on to Ray Linwell Oval, the Carl Rackham and Nets, and 87, the Devils number, Austin War. I wonder whether he's as superstitious as the other members of his family. I'm not sure that Mark was superstitious, but Stephen with the lucky red rag, etc. But that was hit me stuff. And that is one area Darcy Marsh has been a little bit short at times today. But the fact that they were 4 down and be able to fight back, and the fact that Queensland picked up those wickets with good captaincy, good field placements and changing things around, I think they lost their way a little bit in the middle. But, for 16 and 17-year-olds to come from, 4 for 50 to 4 for 200 was a terrific performance. I'm also enjoying the fact that they're playing cricket. They're getting on with it. Yeah. We've had, 2.5 hours of play, and we've had 42 overs.
It'll be interesting to see the Queensland tactics moving towards the end of this innings. If they bowl their overs before 12:30 local time, there'll be a 10-minute changeover, and they'll have to go in and bat until 1 o'clock. So I'm not sure I'd be wanting to do that. But,
yeah, I doubt they'll get his off the 87 to 89. What have we got? 25 minutes to bowl 7 overs?
Yeah,
possible.
Might be a struggle, I think.
Possible, but you wouldn't be...
definitely slowing it down if I'm the captain right now.
Yeah, mind you, I'm not sure that's going through their head. We were talking about it before, about how, that knowledge of what to do and whether to bring Darcy Marsh back early, because obviously the game plan was 5 overs at the start, 5 overs at the end. Well, you've got this partnership building. Is your wicket taker. Let's bring him back for an over or two, sort of stuff. And that's when you've got to realise they're 16, 17 years of age as well.
For the most part, over the last 2 weeks, the captaincy has been outstanding. The field placings I've been particularly impressed with, and just the way they carry themselves on and off the field has been outstanding. That's across all teams, really. It's not just isolated to these two teams, but it's been really, really encouraging from our perspective.
Well, see, what these youngsters get growing up as well is 12-month-a-year cricket with captains speaking a lot more former players commentating, etc. They learn more about the game watching it on television 12 months a year than certainly I did growing up. It was a summer sport. There's a drive out to the covers. Didn't quite time it, but he's now into the 90s. I grew up when the ABC was doing the last session of Sheffield Shield cricket and the test matches, and that was pretty much it. And you rarely heard from the players on television. You might have read things in the paper. Completely different way cricket was reported, televised, broadcast, whatever you want to say. Certainly you would never have thought you'd be able to sit at your desk at work and be able to watch this while you're working being live streamed. There's a well run too, nicely fielded as well.
Not only is cricket more accessible these days, these guys are supported by some fantastic coaches here at the championships. I mean, John Davison from Queensland here with the Queensland side, and Bo Casson from New South Wales. So that's just to name a few. We've got Dimitri Mascarenas here as well, who's played a bit of international cricket. Most recently, fast bowling coach of the Kiwis. So there's a lot of knowledge around that these guys can soak up. So it's a really good tournament for them to be a part of from that perspective as well. They learn quite a lot.
We've got Austin Waugh on 90. John Foster's moved to 6. This is the 44th over. 5 for 227. Short. Didn't quite get up and just turned around the corner. They will get 2. He slipped a little bit, Austin Waugh, but that's well run.
Very well run. All the players and coaches also have access to our athlete management system. We have our analyst here, Zach Goodchild, who's done a great job, along with Rian Crowther and all the guys in that team that sit there and code every ball, and they can go online and watch their dismissals and how they're taking wickets, and it's a really good system for those guys to continue to develop their game.
Edge and just wide of the keeper. It was a one-handed shot. It was that left arm over the wicket again that got him into a little bit of trouble, Austin Waugh, but this time of the innings there's no one in the slips. And he picks up 2 to move to 94. 231 the total now. And that is the end of the over. So 6 overs remain. 231. They'd be hoping for a minimum 10 and over from here on in. So 291. And he wouldn't be human, Austin, if on 94. I don't know whether he counts his runs as he bats. Some players do to concentrate. Others wouldn't have a clue.
Sounds like he certainly did as a young fella, going by that story you relayed before. But
he did. But the thing here is that 6 overs to go. He's got a century in sight. Is he thinking, let's get to the 100, then I'll launch? Or is he not thinking about that and he's going to launch anyway? Or does he leave it to the captain? He can't force that one.
I would expect him to launch fairly soon if he hasn't started already. I mean, we've seen him hit a couple of massive bombs down the ground.
But he hasn't looked like, it's just been part of the way he's batting. He hasn't looked like he's decided that I'm putting the foot down. He's just continued batting very well. There's got to be, I think there might be another gear.
I reckon you might be right, and I certainly think 290 is well within reach. I reckon they'll be looking closer to 300.
I think so. So Foster, a single, moves to 7, so 94.
Will he bring it up with a 6?
Well, his uncle would be thinking that.
Still one of my all-time favourite players, Mark Waugh.
Absolutely.
Just beautiful to watch.
Even stands at the crease like his old man, tired looking. Austin Moore, and he tries to glide that and almost got an edge.
Just the skipper coming down there, just give him a little word of encouragement. Keep your head, son. Let's bring this innings home.
Every dot ball critical at the moment for Queensland. That's a lovely shot for one. He's played those cover drives superbly today. Right knee on the ground and that beautiful flowing drive and then the follow through. There was one boundary hit earlier that I'm sure the ball went past the fielder at extra cover before the fielder even realised that it had come off the bat. It was timed that well.
It's one other area that's changed a bit since the old days is the bats. They're just incredible
Absolutely.
now.
And we disappointed Foster, full toss on leg stump. Couldn't put it away.
Joel Foster, the leading scorer yesterday in the very tight semi-final victory over the Western Australians. I think he hit 49 off the top of my head and then backed it up with some very late innings wickets to get the Metro side home by 2 runs in what was probably the game of the championships, even though we've had a tie.
Slash outside the off stump, and it's a good over for Queensland. And Foster just struggling to get his timing and getting bat on ball. At the end of the over, there's 5 remaining, 5 for 233. There's no way they'll get these 5 overs in 15 minutes, so they won't have to bat before the lunch break.
Good captaincy.
Just another glorious day in Queensland. Not a cloud in the sky. Around 28, 29 degrees here at Albion. Out near Ipswich, about 30 degrees. And there's another plane taking off from the airport here in Brisbane, which is 15 minutes drive with no traffic. Just a single there for Waugh. And that's not a great return. Tough for the keeper, Dean Elliott there. Bouncing it a bit too close to Brandon Faber, but no harm done. No broken fingers or whatever. But the keeper does look back out to Elliott on the boundary. As we're in the inner northern suburbs, Albion. Sort of about 10 to 15 minutes from the airport. 5 minutes or so from Eagle Farm and Doomben Racecourse. Albion Park, of course, in the background here. The Brecky Creek Hotel just over the back.
One of the great places to grab a steak.
There's the wicket.
Oh, it's got him.
He tried to just steer that, did Foster, and Ward gets his second, and the second bold decision for him as well. 6 for 234, and they're just losing their way a little bit here. New South Wales Metro, a couple of wickets. Foster never looked comfortable, really. And 96 at the moment is Austin Waugh. He's still there, and it's all on his shoulders And, yeah, just a
Bit of an inside edge by the looks of that.
played all over it. He never really went for it, did he? He just tried to steer it, and inside edge and bowled.
It's a really good piece of late innings bowling there.
So the
Nice
new
and
batsman
full.
is Trent Ware. Coming in at this time is really difficult. There's no real time to play yourself in. This is the case, I think, when you say, righto, mate, I'll just knock it around for one, and you get down the other end to Austin. And this is where the captain of the fielding team has to be, okay, what's this bloke going to do? Let's bring the field in to try and force him to hit big shots early. But there's only all the fielders in the ring are on the ring. So there's plenty of ones out there for him to get Austin Moore on strike, as he tries to do. I think he was surprised.
Jeez. It's lucky he didn't bowl that to Austin Moore when he's set. It could have disappeared.
There you go, just knock it around. One, get the... And then it's on 94, or 96, I should say, on strike.
Smart batting.
So I'd take the risk. I'd bring some fielders in, at this stage of the innings. Yes, he could donk you over the top, but if he does, then you move him back.
Yeah, it's worth the risk, I think, as the field goes back out for Austin.
And there's glide down to third man. There is a fielder there, just the one. Good over here. Good couple of overs, in fact, for Queensland. Darcy Marsh, the over before, limited the damage, and now there's wicket. And there hasn't been a boundary for a while. I think the last boundary was the 6 hit by Austin Moore. Just having a look here to go from 81 to 87. I think that's the last time we had a boundary. And he's now on 97.
It's really well bowled there by Ward. Nice and full right in the block hole.
And it is the end of the over. So 4 overs remain. 6 for 236. They've become a bit becalmed here in New South Wales at a critical time in this innings. But they do have the man in form on strike. Austin Moore is on 97. Trent Ware is on 1. The total 236 for 6. 4 overs remain. Oh, through the hands. Misfield from Jared Sipple. Just the one. So not a huge amount of damage done. In some respects, it could be a bonus because it means that Austin Moore's at the other end and the new batsman is on strike. From Castle Hill, Trent Weir, which means he's not with a grade club at the moment, which is interesting. Maybe playing still with his junior club or whatever as he makes his way through. Maybe Shires cricket. Oh, there's a nice little tickle around a fine leg. There's a fielder down there, but can't stop it from being 2. Austin Moore plays for Sutherland. His uncles, of course, played for Bankstown. They're still celebrating in the Shire after Cronulla won the NRL Premiership on the weekend. Change of field here. Just getting deep backward square to move around a little bit. Was Angus Lovell. Interesting stance for Weir. Bat held high and another little glide.
Austin Waugh back on strike. 2 runs to get for his milestone. Wonder if he knows that.
There's plenty of ones. It's either 1 or 4 at the moment. Be hard to get a 2. Although he has been striking it and placing it well. That's well run. All backed up by Trent Weir. And Austin Waugh on to 99. Where his father was left in a test match, I think on 99, not out. And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, his uncle got run out as a runner to leave Steve stranded on 99. Now, I could be making that up, but I could also have jagged one and be
I reckon you're on the money there. I reckon I've watched the YouTube highlight of that.
That's a wide. Yep. 6th wide of the innings, and that's well kept. That was a terrific take by Brandon Faber, who took a wonderful catch to start the match. I don't know where I pulled that from, but I hope I'm right. Just the one. There's a man out on the cover boundary. So 99 for Austin Waugh. Well, that's by my count. With the official scorers next door, I'm hoping I'm right. I'll hear the cheer from the New South Wales Metro players downstairs. If I am right. He's on 99. Well, my concentration's better than I thought it was. And there is the 100 for Austin Waugh. He knew as well. What an innings from this young man. He carries a very famous name in the history of Test cricket, not only in this country, but in world cricket. And his innings today has lived up to anything his father or uncle could have done under the same pressure. Just 17 years of age, or turning 17 next month. A century for Austin Waugh. Just taking his time here to get the gloves back on and I reckon get ready to launch with 3 overs to go. And the change of field here, the short fine leg's going back to fine leg. The captain's coming up to have a chat with the bowler, James Ward. And a man that's gone out onto the fence on the offside. Taking guard again. It hasn't moved since he went out there. But just to start again, I reckon he's got some advice somewhere along the line about what to do when you've got your 100. Something that I never had to worry about. There he goes. It was a tired shot though. Didn't quite get onto it. Gets the one. Now it's time too, I think, for Trent Weir to go as well. I think Trent was just knocking it around so that Austin could get to the 100 and didn't feel the pressure of wickets being lost at the other end.
Just reading his bio here, strong hitter in the lower order, so now's a good time for him to really go large, see what he's got.
Swing and a miss. It's well bowled. It was well pitched up. Easy single, but Queensland will take that. At the moment, if you're looking at matches played in sort of 10-over blocks as to, you know, defining an innings, Queensland have won the first 10, clearly, and I reckon they're winning this last 10, which is sometimes the most critical parts of matches. 246. From where they were in New South Wales, they'd be delighted, but as we said before, 300 was on the cards. They still could get their edge dropped. That would have been an absolute bell ringer of a catch. And it's a tired Austin Waugh who gets to 102.
Well, Faber's already got that one classic catch today. He's trying to add another one to his highlights reel there. What an effort.
We had no right to get close to it. Queensland can produce a wicketkeeper. There's a swing and a miss. This is terrific here from Queensland. These last 4 overs, they've almost become becalmed New South Wales. And so, with 2 overs remaining after this, there's no way they'll get to 300. There's no way they'll get to 275, I wouldn't have thought, the way they're going at the moment. It's amazing how a game can change. And if they go into lunch with New South Wales Metro making 260, it was well timed, but straight down the ground. Will they come back for a second? No, I think Austin Waugh slipped. That is the end of the over. And 2 overs remain. And 6 for 248. So 270 would be a good score for from here for New South Wales. And I thought they'd be getting closer to 300 than 275 10 overs ago, New South Wales Metro.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I feel like they would take 270, 275 after their 2 early wickets, though. So, and also runs on the board in a final has got to count for something. So it's going to be an interesting chase no matter what happens here.
It's been a roller coaster. As Weir is on 8. Straight to backward point. They thought about the run, and Austin Waugh was almost run out at the bowler's end.
Another dot ball there. Just gold this time of the innings.
And they need boundaries. They haven't hit too many boundaries lately, New South Wales Metro. Full toss. And they were lucky just to get away with the 1. What have they got in the sheds? Who's coming in next? Jacob Workman is the next. Or maybe Ryan McElduff. He hasn't come out either. So changing the batting order. So they've obviously sent Trent Ware in to go big, but he hasn't been able to. And
I think it's just a good sign of the quality bowling, the late innings bowling here from the Queensland guys.
Walking across his crease or not able to time it. .103 he is, and it's either been dots or ones the last couple of overs here. And the 250 is up for Queensland. 6 for 250 New South Wales when they were 4 for not many. It's a terrific comeback, but I reckon it's under par at the moment. That's well timed and landed awkwardly just in front of the fielder. It was a difficult one to try and stop, and does it reach the rope? No.
Good effort.
It wasn't an easy ball. It just landed in that awkward spot of not close enough to dive to it and not far enough away for you to get behind it. Mitchell Connolly just couldn't quite stop it, so they managed to pick up 3 runs there as well.
And more importantly, brings Austin Ward back on strike. See what he can do here.
Is it a wide? It is. Down leg side. Doesn't matter whether it was close to that leg stump. You know that as soon as it's down leg side, the umpire's going to call it a wide.
It's definitely a batter's game, isn't it, these days? Young War walking all over the crease there and just going down leg, and it's wide.
So 254 the total. You don't like bowling wides at any stage of a one-day game, but in the second last over, they just seem to be so much more important. And he's got onto that. There's no one back deep.
Has he got enough? No.
Hasn't got enough. Just came out of the heel, but he lifted it over the infield well enough to get a couple of runs and stay on strike. Could easily have gone straight to the man at wide mid on, but he just got enough on it to get over the top. It's a slashing cut, but straight to a man very deep at point. Dean Elliott does the fielding. War moves on to 106. And 6 for 257, the last over. And it's going to be bowled by who? Is it going to be James Ward? You would think so. You wouldn't want someone come back to bowl just one over. Pretty good performance by young Darcy Marsh, who is really struggling to as he comes. I think he's going to come from the field after bowling his last over, limping. He's put his body through a lot in this tournament. He's taken 2 wickets today. So here is the last over, and Austin War is on strike. He is on 106. Oh, he tried the ramp shot there.
Very cheeky.
For the first time in his innings. From what I've seen of him batting, I don't think he needs to do that. Who am I to tell someone 106 not out?
And son of the great Steve as well.
Absolutely.
For that matter.
But the way he's batted, stand and deliver, and he could hit it anywhere.
More of the same, please.
That's a big hit. That's straight at us.
That
is 6. It's almost on the roof of the grandstand. And 112 he moves to. And that was right in the slot. And that's what we're talking about. Just stay there and wait for it, and you're good enough.
He likes it there. Just belted that right over cow corner. Beautiful shot.
The only person with a chance of catching it was you or me. Almost. I thought for a moment it was coming through the window. Full toss. He didn't get onto it, but it's going to land safely, and it's a no ball.
Come back for
They'll
the
come
second.
back for 2, and it's a free hit for Austin. And that's close to a run out. He didn't slide the bat, did Trent Weir.
Living dangerously there.
Wow. It's a no ball and 2. So it's 3 runs off that. And what a time for that to happen.
And Austin remains on strike, which means they can't change the field here for the free hit.
What a time to bowl the first no ball of the innings. And it's a free hit to a man on 114 not out.
Here we go.
You ready to catch this one?
Oh, shot.
That's a slashing off cover drive. And they come back for 2. Trent Weir has run well. So too is War, who must be tired. 116 now. And this is a very good final over for New South Wales Metro. Not so for Queensland. Couple of balls remaining. 275 is well and truly on the cards, isn't it?
Well bowled.
It was. And well played in the end. They're going to come back for 2 as well. Can he get there? War, he dives. Seen
running.
that before. And he picks up 2. To be able to do that at the end of an innings when you've been out there from very early and you're 118 not out now.
He's on his haunches there.
Yeah, I think he got hit earlier in the innings too.
Seems reminiscent of that famous Sydney Test there.
Yes, it was. 118. And that was well bowled. It was slower. He had to wait for it. Didn't quite get it, but we'll get 2. And 120 now for Austin War. And he is
Still struggling, isn't he?
I don't blame him.
He's going to need a nice drink after this. It's quite warm out there today. Here we go.
But luckily
Final
at this
ball.
time of year, there's not the humidity for them to worry about. Well bowled right up in the block hole. Well, they come back for 2.
Oh,
They've got to
Trent
throw
Weir.
to the keeper's end. Weir comes back. They throw to the keeper's end, but he's home safely.
And gets the ready too.
And throws the bat down. And 122 not out to Austin War. And he can barely get up off the ground. At the end of the innings, it was a terrific innings from Austin War, along with Aiden Barriol. Queensland did well early, but New South Wales fought back. And the unbeaten 122 from Austin War, the highlight. 6 for 274. Edwards made 26. Fanning 0. Soden 13. Baxter 1. Barriol 85. Foster made 7. Weir was not out 12. And Austin War unbeaten on 122. And we'll let you hear the applause as he makes his way off Allan Border Field. Terrific knock from the young man. And he's put his side in a position where they've got a defendable total in this final of the Under-17s National Championship. When we return after lunch, Queensland will be chasing 275 for victory. And play is scheduled to resume at around 10 minutes past 1 in 30 minutes from now. So I don't give them a longer lunch. some teams out for the Queensland innings, chasing 275 for victory after a magnificent 122 across the board. New South Wales out of trouble. Lovell and Brandon Faber to open the batting for Queensland as they start this run chase. And Ian Carlisle is the bowler for New South Wales from the Albion Park end. It will be Brandon Faber, the wicketkeeper, took a terrific catch, the first wicket of the innings. Brandon Faber from Gold Coast and Angus Lovell, the captain at the other end from the Sunshine Coast. Start here from Ian Carlisle. Down to third man, and so Queensland underway. A couple of terrific innings in that New South Wales total of 6 for 274. Aidan Burial made a terrific 85, but Austin Moore not out 122. One stage 274 would have been a good total for New South Wales, but then thinking it was going to be closer to 300 than 275, so I reckon it's about a par, maybe slightly under par, but after losing 4 early wickets, I'll take 274, but on this ground, you've got to bowl well to restrict a team to that total. Nice shot, fielded by Weir, no run. Can't see Austin Moore out on the field for New South Wales Metro. Just one off the first over. And so chasing 275. Queensland no wicket for one with Faber on one. And the captain Angus Lovell yet to score. So Joel Foster is going to open the bowling. The New South Wales Metro, the captain from the Crosby Road end. And he'll be bowling to Brandon Faber. Good start here from New South Wales Metro. Just the one run conceded so far, and both the bowlers on the mark early. Just the one. And Carlisle, the fielder. So no Austin Moore out there for Metro after his innings. Amy Starr is the substitute fielder. So the end of the second over, and just the 2 runs on the board, and both off the bat of Brandon Faber. These 2, Angus Lovell, yet to score, so no wicket for 2. 275 is the target from 50 overs for Queensland. And it will be Ian Carlisle to continue. The Albion Park end. Fell for that one. No real footwork there from Faber. Just reached for it. A couple of slips waiting for it, as well as the keeper. Baxter Holtz. It was a slash, and the ball didn't carry to the keeper. It was wide of off stump. Feeling the pressure early here, New South Wales. 5.5 runs and over to win the final, Queensland. Not able to just turn this strike over with the left-hand, right-hand opening combination. There's a slash out of frustration. I think it was not really there to drive. And in the end, he had to try and play a square drive, Faber, and missed it totally. Edge and gone. The frustration builds. And Faber slashes at one. And it was a good catch too, taken at first slip. And the first Queensland wicket falls with the total on just 2. Faber, the batsman, out. Queensland 1 for 2. And the wicket, Ian Carlisle. And it was a good catch. It was travelling head high the whole way. Thomas Sowden taking the catch. So after 3 overs, Queensland struggling 1 for 2. Mind you, New South Wales was 1 for 1 after 2 balls. New batsman is Ben Maynard. That all came about because of good tight bowling and feeling the need to get some runs. Sharp single, and Lovell's off the mark. Taking a few balls to get there, but finally underway. Nice shot. Finds the gap. Good way to get off the mark for Maynard. And there's the first boundary of the innings. In the 4th over. 1 for 7 the total. Maynard is underway with a boundary. short, and he got some of it, and that'll be 4 more. That was a poor ball, and it was put away. Short, down leg side. Didn't quite get it, I think, where he wanted it. Could have put it away for 6, but in the end, second boundary in this over. Maynard moves to 8. Lovell is 1. 1 for 11. Nice reply. Good follow up there from the skipper after a loose delivery. It's the end of the over. So we've had 4, chasing 275. Queensland 1 for 11. Lovell is on 1, and Maynard is on 8. Been an impressive start for Ian Carlisle, the wicket taker. The Campbelltown Camden Club in Sydney, southwest of Sydney. Right on the money to start this innings. Easy one, just gliding it between the slips and gully. So he's under 2 now, Lovell. 8 to Maynard, and 1 for 12. This is the 5th over. Well played, just in an open space. Shot at the stumps, but he was well home, Maynard. 1 for 13. Good tight bowling here from Carlisle. It's the end of the over. Another good over 2 from Ian Carlisle. And so 5 gone. And Queensland 1 for 13. The batsman out. Brandon Faber caught Southern bowled Carlisle for 2. And the score was 2. And they're chasing 275 for victory in the under-17 championships, the national championships. Queensland defending champs, beating New South Wales Metro in last year's final. Can they do it again? just haven't been given much to hit here, Queensland. The frustration built in Brandon Faber that got his wicket. A couple of boundaries to Maynard from one a good shot, another a loose ball from the captain, Joel Foster. But other than that, it's been very tight, good New South Wales Metro bowling. It was slightly uppish, but never really going to carry to the man, Aidan Barriol, at point. And that's a good shot. That is up onto Ray Linwell Oval. And that is the first 6 of this Queensland innings. He just off the back foot, waiting for that Maynard, and just launched it up and under style. That's a 6 over cow corner off the back foot from a ball that was pretty well pitched up. And I'm sure when he let it go, Foster wasn't expecting it to end up there. So Maynard's moved on to 15, and the total is 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. So Maynard, 2 4s and a 6 in his 15. Nicely turned off his legs, just the one. That's the end of the over. So 6 have been bowled, and the total is 20. So Queensland 1 for 20. Chasing 275 to win. A slash. Ball didn't carry though. And a terrific spell to start innings here from Ian Carlisle. Good line, good length, and just struggling to get him away. Queensland, all the runs coming from the other end. Full toss, and that's put away. Worst ball he's bowled so far in this innings, and Carlisle, and it was dealt with as well. 3 4s and a 6 in his 20 now for Ben Maynard. He has 20 of the 24 scored by Queensland. Another terrific shot. There wasn't much of a gap to find there for Ben Maynard, but he found it. And another 4 to the total. And all of a sudden, things look a little brighter for Queensland. A long way to go, 1 for 28 after 7. And Maynard has 24 of the 28. 4 fours and a 6 in his 24. Bowling change being made here for New South Wales Metro. Hamish, I should say, coming on is Jack Edwards. He's on the Crosby Road end. Be bowling to Angus Lovell, who is on 2. Chance, if he hit, that would have been close. Joel Foster with a shot at the stumps. And Lovell moves to 3. Short of a length, and just the one slip in now for Ben Maynard. A little bit more protection in the cover region. There's a point cover, extra cover and mid off for Jack Edwards. End of the over. The first over from Jack Edwards. And 1 for 29, just the one off it. So a good start for him. Lovell 23 and Maynard is on 24. Favour the batsman out for 2. Well timed, but well fielded as well. It's a nice shot from Lovell. That'll go for 4. That's his most aggressive shot of the match so far. So he moves to 7. Maynard to 24 and 1 for 33 Queensland. Not sure that he meant to hit the stumps there. Austin Waugh is on the field. He was the man that threw it. Trying to return it to the keeper and it just hit the stumps. Hey, one of those days. Flicked off the toes. Hard work down on the boundary. And well fielded. And just the one run. Jacob Workman stopping that. End of the over. So 9 bowls and 1 for 34. That's the 5th over. Ian Carlisle. So he might be at the end of his spell. In fact, he's coming from the field. You can see there the white singlet going on as he leaves. Plenty of people watching this under-17 National Championships final. It's on the pad, that's close and it's out. I think he felt he might have hit it. The non-striker was also thinking that as well. The umpire's finger went up and Angus Lovell is on his way. LBW off the bowling of Edwards for 8. And Queensland loses its 2nd with the total on 34. He was back and across Very disappointed, the captain. I think he felt that he hit the ball, an inside edge. And hard to tell there. The umpire had little doubt. If he hadn't hit it, it's right in front. Your batsman, Lachlan Prince, and in a pretty similar situation score-wise and time of the innings-wise, that Prince walks to the wicket. That Austin Waugh walked to the wicket for New South Wales Metro. It's just a waft of the bat, really, wasn't it? No footwork. And nearly a third one there for New South Wales Metro. Prince is off the mark, fielded there by Waugh. So Maynard 24, Prince 1 at the end of the over. Successful over 2 for Jack Edwards. And Queensland 2 for 35. Change of bowling here for New South Wales Metro as well. Jacob Workman coming on. And Carlisle very impressive with his first 5 overs. Picked up the wicket of Brendan Faber, tied him down and frustrated him. Front foot drive, square drive, beautiful shot. Just a little bit of width from Workman, and Prince was all over it and raced away to the boundary for his first 4. He moves on to 5. Maynard been stranded on 24 at the moment. He's sort of been becalmed there. Hasn't had a huge amount of strike of late. 2 for 39 in the 11th over. Short, and thought about it and decided not to go the full-blooded hook or pull shot. Just pick up a single. Well fielded. Is that man again, is it? No, it's number 12, Jack Edwards. The opening bat, and the man that just took the wicket. He's keeping them honest there. Austin Waugh at the non-striker's end. Short, that's straight to the fielder on the boundary. And a 3rd wicket for New South Wales Metro. The catch taken by Thomas Soudan. And Ben Maynard is on his way. Caught on the boundary. He just almost catching practice like. He didn't hit it hard, just almost steered it. It's a deep mid-wicket, and the 3rd Queensland wicket falls with the total on 40. Thomas Soudan with his 2nd catch. Just lifted it up, and the only man out there, and it was straight to him. Couldn't have hit it to him any better, really. And so the promise of a big innings has disappeared for Ben Maynard, who hadn't had much of the strike lately. Got himself a little bit stranded, and they couldn't keep turning the strike over. Maybe that led to his downfall as well. Nathan Carroll is the new batsman. So he and Lachlan Prince have got some work to do now. was well bowled. Just squaring him up a little bit, cramping him for room. Lachlan Prince 6, and Nathan Carroll yet to face a ball. So 3 for 40, 275 to win seems a long way away at this stage for Queensland. Must remember that New South Wales Metro was in a similar position, and 2 big innings got them to their total. Can Queensland do the same? Once again, cramped for room, and lucky really not to chop that back down onto his stumps, Prince. It's good bowling. It's good length from Jack Edwards. Just on that length that, and the line of course too, but the length where you can't get under the ball, you can't really do much with it other than just try and work it. Just the angled bat, just a little bit too much width on that occasion, and prevents a maiden over, but just the one off it. 3 for 41, Queensland. Prince is on 7. Carroll yet to face a ball. Last man out, Ben Maynard for 24. So this is the 12th over. It was a bit short, but not been able to be put away. Just struggling for timing at the moment, Prince. Off the pads nicely. Just the one. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket. So Prince to 8. The score to 42. Lovely shot once again. Just the one. So Nathan Carroll is off the mark. So just a few singles to keep the scoreboard moving. Prince 9, Carroll 1. That's the end of the 13th over. And 3 for 44. Prince on 9, Carroll 1. The target for Queensland, 275. Pleasant spot to watch the cricket on a beautiful spring afternoon in Brisbane. Nice breeze as well coming from the east. Underside edge. Down to third man, just the one. Just good, consistent bowling from New South Wales at the moment. Change bowlers backing up the opening bowlers by just restricting the options here for Queensland. They're saying if you want to score runs, you're going to have to take some risks. The end of another tight over from New South Wales Metro. And 14 gone, 3 for 45. Just unable to get any momentum here, Queensland. Just good, tight bowling from New South Wales Metro, restricting the score and building that pressure. 230 runs required for victory. 36 overs remaining. A bit short and a bit of width, but well fielded. Austin Moore restricts it to just the one. Just a little bit of width, but the timing not there, and straight to War. Backward point. Another dot ball. Here's a nice shot. Here's a chance. If he hits, it would have been very, very tight. And that shows you how much of a risk Queensland is prepared to take. It was well struck, but it got there so quickly. There was the chance of the run out, and the ball bounced over the stumps, and Nathan Carroll was diving. I reckon it would have been touch and go. Direct hit. He might have been on his way. Down leg side, and it's a wide too. And it's 5 wides. So that is a bonus there for Queensland. And it brings up the 50. So 3 for 52. And they've been bowling so well, New South Wales, but 5 wides there. Just easing the pressure a little bit. Well run. Oh, that was a fierce throw from Austin Waugh, and well supported at the stumps from Sam Fanning. If that hadn't been taken by Fanning, that was 4 overthrows, and that would have hit the fence at 100 miles an hour. End of the over. 3 for 54, and 15 overs have been bowled. Lachlan Prince 12, Nathan Carroll is on 3. Batsman out, Angus Lovell for 8, Brandon Faber for 2, and Ben Maynard for 24. Wicket each to Edwards, Carlisle and Workman for New South Wales Metro. Played for a single. That's all they're getting at the moment, Queensland, apart from the 5 wides. Out of his 12, there's been 8 singles for Lachlan Prince, 4 singles for Nathan Carroll. So the last 10 runs off the bat have all come from singles. They won't win the game with ones. They need to somehow just try and find a way to put this New South Wales Metro attack off its line and length. Easier said than done. Almost found the gate there. Short, but he was looking to get on the front foot, and in the end, they run it all. They're slowly being strangled here, Queensland. They just can't get any momentum. Long way to go, plenty of time left, but they need to start getting that scoreboard ticking over consistently. Less than 4 and over the run rate, and they need 5.5 and over at the start of the innings. It's a nice looking shot for no run. That is the end of the over. 16 gone now, 3 for 55, and with every dot ball, you just feel that pressure increasing slightly. Change of bowling here for New South Wales Metro. Thomas Sowden coming on. So a few changes being made in the field here. And leg spinner coming on from the Albion Park end. There was hesitation, went the wrong end, did they? No, they didn't. Austin Wall with the run out. There was a yes, no, and now sorry. And Lachlan Prince has been run out. And I think either batsman at either end would have been easily run out. And Prince is out for 12, and that is scoreboard pressure. There was never really a run in it, but there was confusion. There wasn't commitment. And the fourth wicket goes down with 55 on the board. Prince out for 12. New batsman for Queensland, Jared Sipple. And it's almost a carbon copy of the situation that New South Wales Metro found themselves in, losing 4 wickets early. You can see there was hesitation at both ends. I thought that Austin Moore had gone the wrong end, but all picked up by both War and also the keeper. The ball wasn't an easy one to take. May have even been a direct hit. But down the other end too, Nathan Carroll would have been struggling to make his ground. As drinks are taken at the fall of the wicket, 4 for 55 after 16. We're in the 16th over. Scorers are ready after the drinks break. Southern continues. Jared Sipple and Nathan Carroll with all the work to do. 4 for 55. It almost carried use of the feet and a bit of a crossbat slog, really. But in the end, another dot ball. Bit of turn there. Caught Sipple by surprise. End of over. 16 gone. Or 17 now gone. And it's 4 for 55. That target seems a long way away. And it is. Needs an innings, 2 innings to get that total. Someone needs to step up. Austin Ward did it for New South Wales with a century. And a good 80-odd from Aidan Barriol. He's going to do it for Queensland if they're to win. Just the one. So Carroll moves to 5. Sipple yet to score. And all the scoring shots in the last half hour have just been singles. No boundaries. And wickets falling. It's been good, tight bowling from New South Wales Metro. They are well and truly on top here. Foot on the throat stuff at the moment. Short, but just couldn't get it away. Just been under pressure and not being able to get in any rhythm, and the short ball comes, and it wasn't really that short, but it was short enough to have a crack at. The timing not there for Nathan Carroll. Well, here's a chance at the keeper's end. That's another run out, is it? Close. The umpire says no. It was close. It was another poor bit of running. It was that man, Austin Moore, again. And gee whiz, direct hit. I'm not sure the umpire could see the bails come off, because I reckon that was out. Down leg side, that's a wide. It was very tight. Batsman getting the benefit of the doubt. Direct hit, middle stump, Austin War. Upish, just wide of a diving mid-off. And there's a much-needed boundary. And Jared Sipple with a 4. But it was half a chance for New South Wales. It was in the air for a long way. 4 for 63 after 18 overs. Sipple 4, Carroll 6. Changing the field here. Protecting the leg side. There's barely anyone on the offside here for the leggy. Well bowled. Oh, misfield. Bit of sloppy stuff there from New South Wales Metro. Allowing Sipple to scamper through for 1. Short and put away as it should have been as well. First real bad ball that he's bowled. And Carroll taking full toll to move to 10. Sipple 6 and the total to 69 for the loss of 4. Nice use of the feet to pick up another single. So 70 is the score for the loss of 4 wickets. 19 overs gone here for New South Wales Metro. 205 for victory with 31 overs remaining. And another change of bowler here for New South Wales Metro. Ryan McKelduff coming into the attack. So off spin bowler. Here's McKelduff. And he'll bowl from the Crosby Road end. Spun down leg side and wide called. Started outside off stump, but a bit of turn there. Short. And that's a deep mid wicket. Just the one. Fielded by Hamish Starr. Going around the wicket now to Jared Sipple. Well flighted. He thought about having a dash at it, but no run. This time down the crease. Did he get all of it? There's a fielder down there who takes it comfortably. Great bit of bowling. Threw it up. And Jared Sipple. Who is it? Of course, it has to be. Austin Ward takes the catch. And Sipple is out for 6. And it is a long way back here now for Queensland. McElduff with his first wicket in the first over, but that was beautifully bowled. Tossed it up. Not to the pitch of it was Sipple. And that's a well-judged catch. Going backwards from McElduff. The only man that was out there. And Austin Ward takes the catch. So the 5th wicket down with 72 on the board. And now it's going to be really difficult. Bryn Llewellyn comes to the crease. And you would think that he and Nathan Carroll would have to put on at least 150 here if Queensland are to win this national championship. It was just beautifully bowled. End of the over, 5 for 73. We've had 20, so 30 overs remain. And 202 is required. So 6.5 an over with only 5 wickets in hand is a tough ask. But he just tossed it up and he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, Jared Sipple. And it was just well flighted, well bowled, in the end well caught. I'll think about 2, but they won't get it. Because the ball before, he threw up a little bit, and Sipple thought about having a crack. And I reckon McElduff thought, well, okay, you might have a go here. I'm going to toss it up even more. And he did. He wasn't to the pitch of it, and I just thought that was a terrific bit of bowling. Oh, there's a stumping. Did he get back? No, he did not. No urgency to get back, and Llewellyn is out. First ball, stumped. Another great bit of bowling as well. And Baxter Holt with the stumping. And this is becoming a little bit desperate now for Queensland. 6 down. 74 on the board. And that was sluggish, to say the least, to get back. Terrific bit of keeping. I reckon he might be disappointed, Llewellyn, that he didn't get back there quickly enough. So the spinner's doing the job. Dean Elliott now coming to the crease for Queensland. Oh, was that drop? Was there an edge? May well be. We'll find out. Keeper and slip missed it. It was. It was a chance. Elliott off the mark. Very fortunate. Short. And they should come back for 2. They don't. Almost a run out here. He went down too far and slipped. In the end, it may have been a good call for the no, because I'm not sure that Dean Elliott would have made it back. Oh, that was uppish. That could easily have gone to hand. Waiting for that was Ryan McElduff. That's the end of the over, and they are well and truly on top here. New South Wales Metro, 6 for 76. Queensland, 21 overs gone. Elliott 1. Nathan Carroll is on 15. But there is a certain air of, not panic's not the right word, maybe confusion out there with Queensland. The running between the wickets has been poor, but the bowling has been superb from New South Wales. Full toss, just knocked down the ground for 1. That's a deepish cover. Well flighted. He's just landing it very well. There's nice flight, nice breeze out there for him. McElduff, and new to the crease, Dean Elliott, not using his feet. He's just seen the last man out stumped. And that was well bowled as well. A little bit of an edge there and a bit of bounce as well. It was never going to be LBW. Just the 1. And another good over from Ryan McElduff, and Queensland 6 for 78, 22 gone. It will be a Herculean performance from here if they are to get up. He's yorked himself almost, Dean Elliott. Hasn't been a bad bowler for New South Wales Metro. Every man that's come on has done his job. They just can't find a run at the moment, Queensland. And every run they do find is so well earned. Short. That's not a great delivery. And full toll taken there. Hasn't bowled too many bad ones, the leggy, but that was a poor ball. That'll give Dean Elliott some confidence. himself a leg spinner. Up-ish and out. Straight to the captain, who takes the catch. Joel Foster and Dean Elliott on the back of a boundary from a poor ball. Finds himself out for 6. And the 7th wicket falls for Queensland with 82 runs on the board. Elliott caught Foster, bowled Soudan for 6. And the writing well and truly on the wall here. New batsman is Mitchell Connolly, and that was straight to the man at extra cover. The batting at times has been pretty poor from Queensland. They're running between the wickets in particular, but the bowling from New South Wales has given them nothing, absolutely nothing to hit. It's been a superb performance. New South Wales struggled early with the bat. Were in trouble, 4 down before that partnership between Austin Waugh and Aidan Barriol. And they lost their way to some extent at the back end, but 274 from where they were was a terrific target, but gettable on this ground. But the bowling has been outstanding. The ground fielding, the fielding, a run out, and maybe another one. It was very close. Appeal for LBW. Going to be lucky to get that, or unlucky to be Venati. He was a long way down the pitch. Mitchell Connolly. So 7 for 82. 23 overs gone, so 27 overs remain. And 275 is the target. And 3 wickets in hand. Just the 2 fast bowlers to follow, James Ward, or 3 I should say, James Ward, Matthew Willens and Darcy Marsh. We'll flight it again. Only 3 batsmen have reached double figures for Queensland. Hard to believe it was the same pitch that we saw the unbeaten 122 from Austin Waugh and the 80-odd from Barriol. Flight it again. Nice use of the feet though from Connolly. Short. Worst ball he's bowled and off the mark for Mitchell Connolly. 24 gone, 7 for 85. Short and down leg side and put away for a boundary. It's been a while coming. Carroll moves to 22. Connolly's on 1. Well bowled. Good comeback ball after a poor one. Wide call by the umpire. End of the over. 25 gone and 7 for 91. It's a long way to go in terms of the runs required. Not many overs, not enough overs. There's 25 overs gone and they're under 4 and over. They've got another 25 overs. They've got to score 180 with 3 wickets remaining. The 3 quick bowlers. And from what we're seeing at the moment, there's not any attempt to try and knock the bowlers or get the bowlers off their length here. Well, there's a sweep shot that comes off the top edge and gets a single. Into the gap. Ones are not going to win it for Queensland, although I was probably thinking if they can just 5 or 6 and over for the next 5 to get up to around the 130 and 140 off 20 possible. They're just bowling too well at the moment, New South Wales Metro. The occasional loose ball, but they just can't tick the scoreboard over on a consistent basis. Nice use of the feet from Carroll. Moves to 24. Equal top score of the innings. That is the end of the over. So 7 for 94. Queensland in reply to, in the end, a good total from New South Wales. 6 for 274. The century for Austin Moore, unbeaten century for Austin Moore, the highlight. Trent Weir coming on for New South Wales. The Albion Park end. Skidded on a bit short, and I think it surprised Carroll there, how quickly it skidded off the pitch. He was looking to play off the back foot. In the end, just trying to keep it off the stumps. A bit shorter, and one to Connolly. Oh, sorry, Carroll, I should say. He's now the top scorer for the innings at 25. Well flighted. Still can't pierce the field. Queensland. Oh, flighted again, and no real use of the feet. Head in the air and couldn't pierce the gap. And so another over ticks over with very few runs, and 7 for 95. 27 gone. Wonder what the batsmen are talking about in the middle of the pitch. Looking up at the scoreboard and realising they're 180 runs away from winning the match, and there's only 23 overs remaining. Run rate nearly 9 and over. They're struggling to get to 3 and over at the moment. Short, that's what they need. That's a better shot, but it was a pretty poor ball. We haven't seen a bad one for a while. And 29, he moves along to Carroll. Connolly is on 2, and 99 the total. Well flighted, nice comeback. Upish, but just the one. Moves to 30, and there's the 100 up for Queensland. 7 for 100. In the 28th over. Well flight it again, and he thought about it, Connolly. So you got to go soon. 180 still required. 175 and 22 overs. So you're going to throw it up. Short boundaries. Take them on. Just the one. Push that through a bit quicker. And so another over comes to an end. And 7 for 101. Carroll is on 30. Connolly is on 3. Short, and that is over the head of the fielder. It is. And 6 runs. They needed that, Queensland. They need a few more of them. I'm sure for a moment that Mitchell Connolly, heart was in his mouth as it was on its way out to the boundary with a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, where Sadden caught Ben Maynard earlier. Short again, but mistimed. Short again and almost. Austin Waugh misfield, and they thought about a run. I'm going to say misfield. It was well knocked down, but it almost carried to him as well. And in the end, nothing happened. 29 overs gone. 7 for 107. Connolly on 9. Nathan Carroll is on 30. Well fielded again. Thomas Sowden with the good work, that extra cover. Full toss. Can't put it away. Short. And just out to the boundary where there is a fielder. So just the one. And just the one off the over. So 30 overs gone, 7 for 108. So 20 overs remain, 3 wickets in hand, 275 the target. Change of bowling here for New South Wales Metro. In Carlisle returning. The opening bowler who bowled so well, who really set the standard for the New South Wales Metro bowlers. With a terrific opening spell. Line and length frustrated Brandon Faber into making a mistake that started the downward spiral. Short. Just the one. Nearly carried. Glided down to third man, just the one. They're at that stage now, though, I think Queensland, they need at least a boundary and over. I know there are still 20 overs to go, but 165 runs behind. So they need 8 and over. So they need a boundary and over. Genuine edge. He didn't glide that. And there's one of those boundaries. That was an edge. Wasn't a glide, but they'll take it any way they can. 36, Carroll. Connolly, 10. Short. Straight to the man at deep square leg. End of the over. 31 gone. 7 for 115. McKelvey to continue. Use of the feet down the ground, straight down where it's hard to put a field up, and come back for 2 for Connolly. So there's a little bit of aggression. Well bowled. Didn't quite get hold of it. Mitchell Connolly. Feet again, stumping, another stumping, and that is beautifully bowled. And Mitchell Connolly is on his way, stumped Holt. Bowled McKelvey for 12. And that was very well bowled after being hit down the ground to come back, flighted again. He's bowled very well. And a good bit of wicket keeping also. And the 8th wicket falls for 118. Darcy Marsh will be the new batsman. It's the flight around the wicket, and look at that dip. Just beautifully bowled. Above the eye line. Look at the loop on it. Look at that, and just drops out of nowhere. And got himself into a tangle. That's just magnificently bowled. Well kept as well. Keeper would have been blinded there for a bit. Second stumping in the game for Baxter Holtz. So he'd be pleased with that after he scored just 1 in the New South Wales Metro innings. So Darcy Marsh, who bowled well for Queensland, finds himself out there. 8 down for 118. Nearly had his 3rd. End of the over. Another good over from Ryan McKelvey. And 8 for 118. Marsh yet to score. Nathan Carroll, top scorer at the moment, 38 not out. Just the one. Man in the action again. Austin Waugh with the fielding, not timed by Darcy Marsh. 2 wickets away from victory, New South Wales Metro. Shorten the edge and out. The short ball, and I think it surprised Marsh, and Holt with the catch. And another wicket for Carlisle, and 1 wicket closer for victory for New South Wales Metro. Out for naught. And the second duck, and I think he felt it came off his shoulder, not the bat. There it is. Certainly the deflection, it seemed to be off the shoulder. Let's another look. Yeah, looked to be off the bicep. He dropped the hands pretty well. He played it pretty well. Won't make a huge difference in the game, but a little bit unlucky. James Ward, the last man for Queensland, 9 for 119. That was the end of the over. So, McKelvey, who's bowled very well, bowling 32nd over. Nearly carried. Nearly carried. Another run. Takes Carroll into the 40s. He moves to 40. And now James Ward. Well flighted, and a long reach of Ward gets him off the mark. Short, and cut away uppishly by Carroll. There's the two teams. One team about to celebrate, the other about to be disappointed. New South Wales a wicket away from winning this under-17 national championship. And that's on the pads. It's got to be close. It is out. And there is the win for New South Wales. The last man out, Nathan Carroll, LBW to Carlisle for 41. And a comprehensive victory for New South Wales. All out for 122 Queensland. Ironically, the total that Austin Waugh scored on his own in his unbeaten century. So So New South Wales 6 for 274. Defeat Queensland all out for 122. Nathan Carroll, the last man out for 41. James Ward making 1. And Carlisle picking up the final wicket. He took 3 wickets in the match. McKelder took a couple, Southern a couple, Workman and Edwards 1 each. New South Wales innings dominated by Austin Waugh with a magnificent unbeaten 122, and Aidan Barriel scored 85 as well. So New South Wales, the under-17 national champions, with a thumping 152-run win over Queensland here at Allan Border Field. For those that have been watching today, we've seen some stars of the future. And the century from Austin Waugh will live long in the memory. 122 not out. So New South Wales can start to celebrate a win. And for Queensland, it's the disappointment of getting this far but unable to finish it off. So in the end, a win for New South Wales. 6 for 274, defeating Queensland 122 all out.